Good night, sir. right, yes, yes, yes.
Sausage Morimoto style.
Yeah, actually, to be more precise.
We have plenty of time to pull up our test scores next year.
Yeah, no sweat.
Cut! What is this? Who is that?
Reading, Milo! And here's some fine paper. You get the idea?
Alright, it's that time again. It's the time... the time when I have to go ahead and face my worst fear. Actually, it's not my worst fear. It's not even really a fear, it's just more just kind of a... slight dread. And that is working on the game before we even blow out even more time than we've already spent. So let's just cut over here. Hey, hi, how's it going? This is yet another game development stream where I am working on the DOS adventure game / engine that originally was for a game jam that was meant to take like less than 2 months, and yet here we are. There is still the hard deadline now of middle of the year, so don't want this to take more than 1 year. And unfortunately for us, that means that we got to cut down on breaks. We basically just got to spend as much time as possible working on the art. So we're going to open up freaking, what's it called? Light Cube. God, my nose is really itchy today. Alright, and where did we leave off? We left off... Oh, that's right, yeah, we colored like a bunch of stuff in. So this is scene 3 out of 3 for the adventure game. And it's coming together. Like, obviously there's still like a lot that needs to be done in terms of kind of scene lighting. Like it's like this floor, for instance. We gotta figure out what like the lighting situation is going to be, and then put in some fake darkening of this texture, which is all right. Could be better, but honestly, could be a lot worse too. And then what else we got? We got to, I guess we put in like another one of these steel panels here for the back wall. We then like color in this console, this kind of diagnostic-y console thing here. Yeah, likewise, we'd have to kind of put in some doors for these little kind of these little wiring units, color in this panel here, and then the final one will be like adding in all the detail here to this this cockpit area, which, and we might have to do that twice actually. We might have to do it once where everything is turned off and once where everything is turned on. I have not decided yet. Probably yes. Probably we'll have to figure out what to do there. But I imagine that if we just start with like the one that's turned off and then adjust a few of the, you know, adjust the screens and whatnot on that panel to look lively, then that should sort that out. Oh yeah, and the other kind of thing that I wanted to kind of look into today, a more technical problem, was save game support. So let me open up the save game code as it stands. There isn't very much of it. So to give a little overview of where we are. So this is a what do you call it? The adventure game engine I've written in a mixture of Lua and C, and all of the stuff that is even vaguely game logic related, that's on the Lua side of the equation. And obviously save game information, that's firmly going to be all going to be Lua. And the way that I envision save game support working is that some things I want to be just built in and automatic, like setting what the current room is, like that, anything that's kind of a function of the game engine, like what the current room is, what the current actor that's enabled is, like things like that should be automatically added in to the save game state. The only thing that I want people to add in manually would be variables and like variable state that like that. So I mean, if we go into so we can see here that like this is the logic that we've got for the first room of the game. At the moment, we just have I haven't actually put this into any kind of state tracking. It is just globals in Lua, which you can set as you would any other variable. I think that like for these, like basically these ones, I would want to move to a state object, which then could just be, you know, transformed into like the proposal that I mean, ideally, yeah, the proposal that I had was to use CBOR, which is kind of, it's JSON, what do you call it? The schema is JSON compatible, but the output is a binary file. So that way it's, you know, you can still kind of tell what's going, you know, it's, you can use standard tools to unpack it, but then it kind of prevents casual prying or casual editing. I don't know. Maybe this is, oh, here we go. Oh, the Ryu Ishinaka, apologies. My brain is like running at 50% speed today. Asks, this is what I want to know your thoughts on. How to save game state and what should be included by default or not. Yeah, I've been kind of ruminating over this for a long time, which is why I've put it off for goddamn ever. But my thoughts on this is that you want it to be as unintrusive as possible, but at the same time, you also want the ability to do versioning, so that if you have like an upgraded version of the game, because I mean, yeah, like if you look at like one of the biggest headaches with like Adventure Game Studio, for instance, it's always like developers going, oh crap, I want to kind of fix these bugs, but then it, like that would suddenly break the save game format, because the save game format is kind of very strongly tied into like the number of rooms that there are and, you know, state like that. But at the same time, so yeah, like you also don't want to include too much state. Like I don't want to include every single global variable that I've got in Lua, because that will include a bunch of objects which I've had to like instantiate by hand. Like if we look at oh, actually I don't have one here, but Yeah, here we go. So like PT image is is kind of the handle that we use for referencing bitmaps from Lua. And you'll notice that like the actual inner structure is basically just this user data field, which is a pointer to the actual data structure in C. And I think like we've got one field which is tracked in Lua, which is collision mask, which is whether or not the image is treated, whether or not it is used in a collision test. I can't remember why that one split out, but essentially, yeah, like this is an example of something where you can't serialize that because all of the data there is in C. So even if you were to kind of like take this Lua table structure and like dump it out to CBOR or whatever kind of, state format you use, like you're not going to be able to recreate this. So yeah, I think that part of the save game tooling should be a check to see whether or not we are trying to dump any, I was going to say like special objects, but I'm honestly thinking like any kind of tables that have like the type field, because currently we're using the type field with like PT whatever to denote an engine internal type, and anything which matches that pattern I feel should be banned from being tracked in the state, because that's the wrong place for it. And more importantly, the state should only be for like the bare minimum amount of facts that you need to like recreate the rest of the world that isn't yeah. So I think that like the things that we'd be able to keep track of automatically would be which room we're in, the state of all of the actors. So I don't know, actor is the designator that I've used for basically like sprites that can move around and talk and stuff like that. So we assume that those, what do you call it? And again, like we're not storing everything about the actor, just like enough state, like which direction it's facing in, which animation it's playing, stuff like that to recreate what we've got. So yeah, actor state, room state, and then just kind of like a key value store for just information, which can be JSON, JSON compatible. All right, so that's kind of those are my base thoughts on that. Oh yeah, that's right. We don't have where'd the music go? I should turn on some background music. Assuming, is that? No, there we go. Right. So where to begin? Should I do a bit of coloring in, or should I do a bit of engine? Oh, the Ryunasho says it must be JSON and never the horrible curmudgeon that is XML. No. Yeah, it's so the plan is to use CBOR, which is concise binary object representation, which is apparently an RFC standard, but it is kind of more compact than pure JSON. Like we could have JSON, but I feel like there should be like, I don't know, a little bit of a barrier to entry for just modding your save games willy-nilly. I imagine that's kind of what people would want. Of course, like anyone even slightly capable would be able to just mod this. It's not really much of a barrier at all. But yeah, like we've got this this Lua library which encodes I guess basic Lua types and outputs a CBOR string, which we then write to a file. But yeah, the magic trick which makes this all work, right, is that we have a function called pt reset. And normally what that will do is it just kind of sends a message to the C code for the engine to just restart. So basically it just tells Lua to like stop what it's doing, load all the scripts again, and start again. Which most of the time is enough to clear out the, you know, reset the garbage collector, start everything from scratch. But loading a save game will essentially be doing a similar call to that reset function, except we will include a path to a save game file to open, and then there'd be like a hook that happens at the end of the initial load for you know, the initial setup for the scripting, which processes the save game. So that would include like, you know, setting the room, moving all the variables around, that kind of thing. And yeah, it would also be possible to have, you know, that that hook to load in all the save game data would be obviously like configurable per game. So if you have a, you know, a future version of a game which needs to bodge around an issue that was in an earlier version of the game, you will be able to like look at the version of the save game file and like add fix-ups in there and stuff like that. So keeping things configurable, hopefully. Okay. Yeah, we'll do a little bit of coding first because I don't see my yeah, I figure that like I may as well kind of like get the most out of my brain while it's still awake. Oh yeah, I've been meaning to take some time off, and that is definitely on the cards for next month because yeah, I've been I can feel my fuse growing shorter. Okay, so what do we got? We've got, oh yeah, that's right. So we have this function here called ptsetGameInfo, which is a fairly new addition. And that, amongst other things, it will set the, I guess like the unique ID, the version, and the human readable name of the game. So I can show you what it looks like in here. Where is it? Oh wait, no, it's in main. I think it's in main. Yeah. So here we just set oh, okay, yeah, this is so this is old code. So the ID should be in reverse domain format, so I'll just fix it up now. So that should be a.moral, oh, sorry, net.moral ash. So, you know, similar to kind of how like the unique name system on Android works. I guess that's just because like that's a guaranteed nice namespace. Human readable name goes here, and version number, which is just an integer, goes here. Just for ease of comparison, because otherwise then you have to do like a whole bunch of messy crap with semantic versioning strings that I don't want to write a I don't particularly want to write a semantic version comparison thing in Lua that I have to stick to. So for now, just use a number. And oh, here we go. There we go. Hopefully the music is more audible now. Yes. So there's this, and if I go into here... Oh wait, did I... Ah, crap, it's on my other computer. One sec. Did that hide me? That didn't hide me. Oh, jeez. Alright, hang on. Alright. That's... should be up by now. No. Oh yeah, this was... this is me despairing a little bit at... yeah, okay. Let me just quickly commit this. Oh, jeez, okay. Oh, yeah, okay. But, alright. That's all in there now. Ryu says, see, I was thinking of being clever and having a way to register or attribute variables as ones to be added to the save game data, in addition to the regular stuff / defaults. Try to avoid having to hand code a save game function as much as possible, if at all. Sometimes my attempts at clever are the exact opposite of clever. It's... yeah, like... so... so like, my thinking of how this would, like, the variable thing would work would be something like... just skip to the bottom. It would literally just be a case of going like, state, and then in all these places would be like state.panel.open and, you know, state. And then that would just be how you kind of flag which objects are to be saved in the big config dict. So I guess, you know, relatively indistinguishable from, you know, manually specifying what variables that you want to, use. So we'll just roll that back for now. Now, so yeah, just, very basic kind of private variable here. And then, now, do I have any code for, yeah, okay, and we've got like save state and export state, which was like the first attempt that I did at writing this. Oh, PT store. Okay, sorry, yeah, I forget this. I've already done that, but I called it PT store. Yeah, so we just have like a simple kind of like private variable here that's exposed called this. Please use the variable store for simple types only, i.e. strings, numbers, booleans, and tables. You're aiming for the bare minimum of information to describe the current game state. You do not need to store information about the current room and the state of the actors, as these are stored by the engine automatically. And you can use a PT on load state or a PT on room enter hook to apply any settings after a game is loaded. So yeah, I still have to write this particular hook. Yeah, and there is this method, which I think is going to be the one that the C code calls, which does the spade work of loading from the path. So I might... Okay. Yeah, alright, and this was the first pass at the actual format. Okay, so that returns the engine version string. Then these two fields are from game ID and game version, which are set here. We don't need to worry about the name. Okay, and then we have... Oh, okay, I guess this would be like the name of the save game. Yeah, that's right. So we've got the name of the save game, we've got the current timestamp, or, you know, the timestamp when the save game was made. The variables list, which is going to be this scraped version of PT store. I may have to change this to be like a walk rather than like a simple traverse, but... Ooh, and I mistyped that. So should we type? Okay, and that returns Okay, this all returns the lure object containing... Yeah, we don't have the actor state in there, but we'll add that in. But I think we should just work on, like, the bare bones binding. Yeah, okay. Let's call this, never mind the fact that I don't really have a proper list control yet, so displaying it on screen would be kind of a pain in the ass, but, you know, the thought is there. The thought is there in the file format for when we get there. Actually, that returns nothing, does it? Okay, so it'd be... Actually... I don't want this to be a path, I want this to be a file name. Because I was looking at this before the stream. SDL gives you this, user and app-specific path where files can be written, and we absolutely want to be using that for the save games. So that would mean, I guess on like modern systems, it would then use like app data or whatever, or local share. Obviously on DOS we'd need to like write our own hook for that, but yeah. Ideally for the save games at least, we shouldn't be able to specify the full path. And that simplifies like a ton of things, like that's basically like what ScumVM does. You don't have the option of like picking a folder that the game goes into. So I'll say file name. Oh, Ryu says, the UAC in Windows is quite the headache for that sort of thing. Yeah, we want to kind of get ahead of the whole, like, you know, it's no longer 1992. You can't just be assured that you can write to the same path where the game is. As, you know, no matter how much that simplifies things. Okay, so... Sorry, this will be stored. I may as well do like PT. Okay, so that's gonna have to be a C binding because we're using C to do that. And like, here's the big table of here is the big table of C to Lua bindings that we have. So we'll just add another one down here and go call it. What do we call it? Get app data path. So we would need to go const car path equals pt sys okay, and then that would mean for our driver layer we would need to add something. I'd say this is probably at the app level. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Actually, yeah, what's the... Okay, what's the memory management? Okay, you should assume this... You should assume the path returned by this function is the only safe place to write files. And that STL get base path, while it might be writable, or even the parent of the return path, isn't where you should be writing things. That is true. Guaranteed to end with a path separator, okay. Oh, okay, and it again, and it does transfer ownership. I see. So in that case, it should be car. Is SDL free interchangeable with free? That I'm not sure of. Okay. God, like, things like this is just a pain in C. Because now I'm thinking like, oh god, like, should I just malloc a copy? You know what? That's what I should do. That's like the, you know, let's just assume that, you know, the SDL one of these will use, yeah, the SDL one of these will just copy it using malloc and free, or, you know, it'll SDL free the one that we get and copy it with malloc. Then I don't have to worry about, do I want to like hot swap every single instance of malloc and free with SDL free so that we can, yeah. No, that's not happening today. Alright, and now, second question is, what is the POSIX? Oh, Rhea says, what is this? DOS with 640k? Just copy it. Don't even count it or track it. It's 2025. I mean, I worked so hard to get it down to like 0 leaks though. It would just kill me to know that I'm adding a leak of like 80 characters or whatever. POSIX get current path. Okay, does DJGPP implement get current path? These functions return a null terminated string containing an absolute path name that is the current working directory of the calling process. The get CWD copies an absolute path name of the current working directory to the array pointed by buff, which is of length size. The length of the absolute path name of the current working directory exceeds side bytes, then it should check. Okay, fine. Oh, get current dir name will malloc an array big enough to hold the absolute path name of the current working directory. If the environment variable pwd is set and its value is correct, then that value will be returned. Okay, that's basically what I want. The question is, does Lua have it? DJGPP build DJGPP? Oh crap, it's not here. Okay, no, how about get CWD? Okay, so DJGPP implements get CWD, but not the nicer, newer one. That scans. Fine, whatever. We can do that. Do I have unis? Yes, I do. Okay. So it'll be path max. So car. Okay, there's that. Then back in here, okay, then we do same deal for our STL driver. So we okay. Get does it allocate a copy of this, or does it okay, it's constant car, so I guess that means we don't need to free it. Suits me. Okay, like oh, I see, right, okay, so it's like org, then app. True, okay, so there's like technically I'm tempted to say that, like, app identifier should be enough. I'm just wondering, does it take... will it work? So if I pick, like, this Unix file system driver, we go get pref path. We've got org and then we've got app. Okay, there you go. So org can be set to nothing. So we just need app. Okay. Then that should be... yeah. And that should be fine. We just have to add till get data path. Absolute path name is the current working directory. Alright. We'll just see what it returns, now that we've got that code in here, got that code in here. Oh, here we go. Path max undeclared. Not defined anywhere? Okay. Alright, it's in limits.h. Whatever. Cool. So now if I start up the DOS version of the engine and a console, I should be able to do pt get app data path. Attempt to call an... Wait, what? This should exist. I just come on. PT load state. That exists. Why doesn't this exist? Oh crap, hang on. So is this a Meson problem? Yeah, it's a freaking Meson problem. I thought I'd fix this. I thought I'd fix, cuz like see like issue here is that this engine source code gets converted first to bytecode and then gets converted into a header file. So it can be just embedded straight in the engine. But for whatever reason, the Meson file that we've put together doesn't have the dependency correct. It's like Meson.build. Yeah, so we've got MS-DOS, mscripton. yeah, then down here we've got these custom targets for boot.h. Okay, and then there's Lua scripts dep, which include these sources. Oh, okay, maybe it's like plus Lua script dep. Maybe that's what we need to do. No. Okay. Yeah, I yeah, evergreen sentiment when it comes to build tooling issues. God damn it. Yeah, because we've got these, which are like the outputs of the custom target, and then that should be picked up. Like, we've got two places where it could be picked up. We've got the sources, which are in here, and then we've got the dependencies, which are here. And for whatever reason, Maison just refuses to acknowledge that that might be cause to rebuild the exe, you know? Like, why would it do that? Not even, like, yeah. I don't quite know what's going on there. I think it just might be down to the link between the header file and like the script file, which includes the headers. Maybe that doesn't work so good. But it's a massive pain in the ass. Interesting, okay. I was going like, why is the audio so glitchy? Oh wait, that's DOSBox, that's the glitchy audio. Maybe it was just... Oh, I don't know. I don't know what to think anymore about my glitchy audio. Okay, so get out of there. So start that up again. Where did... Okay. So now this should... Come on. Help me out here. And I'm rebuilding the DOS version. Attempt to call a nil value global PT get app data path. It's not building everything. It doesn't look like it's building everything. It looks like it's just building Lua, some of the C files, but not all of them. And, oh my god, I don't know. So, very tempting. Very, very tempting to just get rid of that. Mason, set up, cross, get rid of this. Crossfile, I58, and of course it doesn't do. Build DOS. Okay, nothing is cached. Also, tell me everything that you're about to do. Okay, so it built all of that. It built yeah, built boot low. Oh, sorry, built boot.h. It then built, I'm guessing the script one, font, color, main, log, system. Whatever, it rebuilt all of them. So it absolutely should be there now. There are no... Oh, is it not? It might not actually be doing the final step. God damn it, Mason. Yeah, so it's made more complicated by the fact on DOS, like you build the exe, then you have to do this other kind of two-step here where you strip the exe with exe to cough, and then you take the stripped bit and you glom it on the end of CWS DPMI, so that you don't need to like bundle that, like the DOS extender with it. And I thought that was working okay, but apparently I guess that's not working, or it wasn't. So if I run DOSBox again, it should be brand new, fresh out of the wrapping paper. And we'll call this... God, okay. Okay, game. What is it that I'm screwing up? Can I call, like, the forbidden one? PT get app data path? Attempt to call an... Okay. Okay. Gonna just double check. Okay, that's where... Yeah. Just double check that's coming from the right plot. Yeah, okay. It was because I was reading from the very old version of the engine. That was before I moved to Mason. So that's kind of on me. So, okay. I probably should have checked that first to begin to be honest. But... Okay. Please, for the love of all that is holy. Yes, okay, good. So that's our path. And so now if I do this, which is like adds a directory to it. Okay, it's not guaranteed to have a path separator on the end. That's a point of distinction. Oh my word, my sound is crispy crackly today. Hopefully the stream audio is turning out okay, because I'm hearing like way too much snap, crackle, and pop coming from just the audio playback. Okay. Actually, does get code? Does get code return? Okay, so that's fine. I guess we're just gonna use Sterling to figure it out. Yeah, excluding the null. Okay. So we'd basically go... So we'll go if... Okay. So, build that. Oh good, okay. So, source code is enough for it to rebuild the exe with the stub and everything. Wait. Oh, come on. Oh, wait. Okay, now I've screwed it up. I'm off by 1. Okay. Okay, good. That is working as it should. Okay. I don't think Lua has a path, any kind of path handling library, which is Understandable if a little annoying. Actually, yeah, I think what we do, if we just do like a little bit of a validation function for file name. So we'll go file name, just closed it when in fact I need it right now. Oh my goodness. Alright. So, lure. Split. String. Oh wait, has this got regexes? Maybe we can use it regex. No, I don't think it's got a regular expressions. God damn it, alright. Patterns in Lua are described by regular strings, which are interpreted as patterns with pattern matching functions. Okay, so they've reinvented regular expressions. Hooray! Okay, that's fine. I'm happy to use whatever is... Oh, Ryu says, instead of throwing an error, would it be feasible to modify the attempted file name into one that is acceptable? Yeah, we could do like a scrubbing function, which tries to do a best. I guess the I haven't decided whether or not like should the file name scheme for save games even be configurable? Should it just be like, you know, save.000 or some other kind of, you know, some kind of standardized naming scheme? But for now, we'll make a little scrubby function. We can always change this API later. Okay. Okay. Is there like an uppercase conversion function? Yeah, string. Okay, there's string to lower and string to upper. Okay. Okay, so we've got all characters, all letters, all digits. So we'll just say... So we could just go... Oh no, okay. It does support regex syntax, so just for ease of reading, we'll do this. Okay. Looks for the first match of the pattern in string S. If it finds one, then match returns the captures from the pattern, otherwise returns fail. If it specifies no captures, then the whole match is returned. What does it mean by returns fail?
A book of matches. Next week. A lot of money. Witch's brew.
Oh, problematic.
Very problematic. Oh, Sergeant Funnyman asks, may I know what concept you have for this? Oh, sorry. Yeah, so the actual game itself is... Yeah, it's set in space. It's kind of like meant to be, I guess, like a... What do you call it? Gritty capitalism as one type, you know, I can't remember the exact name, but you know, imagine like the Alien universe where there's just like everything is just like a little bit, or Red Dwarf maybe, just kind of like everything's like a little bit rubbish, everything's kind of salvaged, everyone's under a crippling amount of debt, and yeah, so far just 3 rooms, and we got. So like this was the second room that we did on stream, and the intro room is here. I think there's like a few more details and stuff that we need to add to this room, but nothing major. And then like the final one which we're working on here is kind of the bridge area with, I guess, you know, the pilot seats and controls and that. I'd say, yeah, we'll do a little bit of drawing in a few minutes. I'm just trying to kind of get a start here on writing the save game code for this engine. So the engine that we are using for making this game is it's a mixture of C and Lua. It's based very heavily on kind of the design of like LucasArts adventure game engines. So both the Scum engine, which was used for like Monkey Island, and Grime, which was used for Grim Fandango, which was one of the first, I guess, major game projects, I think, which used Lua. But like a lot of the API is heavily inspired from heavily inspired / borrows code from the Scum VM equivalent of either of those engines. But, and yeah, the idea is that the engine runs natively on DOS, and we just got it working in an STL build, which means we can run it natively on, well, I can run it natively on Linux and in a web browser, sort of. There's still a bunch of rough edges of the web browser thing, because in order to get threading in a web browser, which is apparently possible now, you need to jump through a ton of hoops. Like, they do not make it easy, because specifically, like, apparently once you get multi-threading support, then it becomes real easy to do Spectre type attacks where you can, like, figure out the contents of the web browser through a side channel. And so apparently the only way they can get around this is by having a special web server flag which tells the browser, open this in a brand new concept, like a new context, which is unrelated to every other context of the web browser, which seems extreme, and also kind of like a mea culpa that they're never going to be able to fix it, but yeah. It is what it is. Okay, so we've I just wanted to get verification on this lure code for doing DOS style file names. So we'll test it here in the lure shell. So was it string.match? And if we go like save.001, and then we have a pattern which is going to be, I assume it's very similar to the regex format, which will be like this. Okay, apparently it does not work exactly the same as the... where did I screw up? String not find, here we go. So this set, how do you indicate multiple? Okay, a pattern item can be a single character class followed by star. Yeah, okay, so that's all as per regex. Oh. So percentage %n, I think, is what we need. Matches a sub... Oh, wait, no, Okay. A single character class followed by this, which matches 0 more characters. Oh yeah, okay. This is like a weird departure from regular expressions. So I guess if we were being like super lazy, whatever. Actually, what am I saying? Okay, no, there's an even easier way of figuring this out. We could just do this. We could have, a single character class followed by minus, and then again followed by minus. And then yeah, so something like this, where it'll try and match everything. Let's just try this. Okay, so that matches that. Might have to add like some groups to that as well. But if we go like D... okay. Oh no, it matches the whole path. How do we do groups? Oh, right. Because it was like the dot was matching anything. If I were to go this. Okay, that matches like a blank. Okay, when a match succeeds, the substrings of the whatever are stored for future use. Oh, okay. If pattern specifies no captures, then the whole match is returned. A third optional argument. Even if I go to... Okay, that time it returned. That time it returned matches. If I put a slash here... Then the first one didn't match anything. Oh, is it some... Is it find? Yeah, okay, so it's find that we need, I think. Actually, you know what? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, No, I'm running low on brain energy today, so I think I'll just save that for another time. We'll just assume that the file name is correct. So we'll go pt get app data path plus... Wait, can you... No, it's got to be and, isn't it? How do you... Is it dot? How do you join strings together in Lua? God damn it. Alright. Concat. Oh, it's double dot. Double dot is how you do it. Okay. Okay, and then... Right, and then that'll pass it through to CBOR, which will then encode it. Okay, so that time... Yeah, like, Okay, now Maison is working okay. Because now it's doing what it should, which is like when I modify boot.lua, it rebuilds the script module and then relinks the exe, which is what we want. Good. Okay. So start the engine. Open up a terminal, and let's just try manually saving the state. That's file name first, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Right. That seemed to... There we go, and that's... dumping it as Seabor. Brilliant. Good. And now... Okay, well, I'm pretty happy with, like, the save game. We still have, yeah, we still got to kind of, like, wire up the setup code, or the, what's it called, the hook. The on-load state hook, which we don't currently have. We do have on-room enter, but, yeah. So, like, my thinking there, right, is that... Yeah, my thinking with that, right, is that we have on... Like, here we go. So, like, here's the on-room enter hook for, like, the first screen of the game. Oh, apparently I've left a useful hint to some other thing. And the idea is that, like, every time we switch into this room, this will get called. So if there was some piece of, like, permanence, like, if something had changed about the room, such as, like, say I moved a panel out of the way, like, here would be the place to put in the setup code which, like, sets the panel to be open or shut or whatever. And, like, the idea would be that, like, you can't assume anything about the state of the room, but on-room enter is meant to set that up. And then that'll be distinct from on-load state, which will get this, you know, we'll get a copy of the state file and would have a chance to, like, intercept it or modify it before it gets, you know, before it overwrites the store, for instance. Cool. So we get all of that. Alright. I've probably messed around with that for... I've messed around with that for like an hour and a bit, so better get back and do some colouring in. Alright, what are we going to do? We are going to... Let's fill in the background for this wall and then flesh out the data for this computer thing here. Which layer has... Okay, there's like another... This thing, okay. Don't want that. Decided that we're not going to have a big boxy computer, we're just going to have a bunch of... Gonna have 2 monitors on arms, we're going to have like a keyboard slash thing on an arm, and then some some desktop PCs that are like belted to the floor. We're not worrying about like lighting or shading or anything at the moment. Just trying to color in. So that's the back wall. Up a little bit. There we go. Sick. Then, alright, so there's gonna be this little bank of switches, I think, up here. What's the... Oh, okay, that's the partition. So we really need a new one of these, we're gonna call it. see the way around. Grab one of these. Maybe it should be a darker panel. Okay, well if we take... Diagnostic. Fill this in. Okay. Maybe these bezels are kind of too thin. But I'd like just one more. Okay, so something like that, and then add just a little bit of we moved it up a little bit to show kind of the monitor arm underneath. Just a little power LED to oh, and we'd also need cables. Big old cable snake coming down here. So it'd be like it actually doesn't matter. Let's just draw the rest of the rest of the images. Oh god damn it, I'm drawing the wrong layer. As usual, I'm drawing on the wrong layer, and so nothing works. Okay. Let's draw another monitor. I've got like one screen which is blue. I'm guessing that'd be consistently themed, right? Given that they're both on the same computer. Let's just make them both blue. Okay, and height-wise, those are okay. So character standing there, able to reach the keyboard. I mean, if we're talking ergonomics, I reckon both of those should be bumped up a little bit. Okay, and then we would have the keyboard. So nice and beige. So nice and so beige. I mean, yeah. I should probably try and do that effect on the keys. Hey Funky, how's it going? Yeah, we're just doing some coloring in. We did work a little bit on the save game code, but now my brain is kind of switched off, so we're going to the coward's option of drawing instead of thinking. Okay, and then that was like combined with a... Funky says, that's fair, my brain is also mush. Yeah, it happens to the best of us, huh? It's just... I'd like to take, I mean, yeah, I'd like to take a break from working on this, but then I'm worried that if I do, that's basically going to be it, and I'm just never going to finish it. So I am trying to maintain momentum on this project. Keypad looks a bit naff, but whatever. Yikes. Okay, that looks terrible. Alright, when in doubt, just stagger. Stagger everything. Okay, good. That looks okay. Rio says, one of my projects is 5 years in the making. I could tell you such stories of burnout that it would be like watching C-beams glitter off the belt of Orion. But do take care of your grey matter, it is the only one you get. Yes, I am. I am trying my best to take care of it. Yeah, and I also have my fair share of projects which have just kind of languished. Like, there was like another game project that I was working on which would have been really kind of timely and, you know, forward-thinking had I finished it 7 years ago when I started it, but it is now kind of, you know, well into kind of the trite and, I don't know, well into, yeah, like the trite phase of observations where it's like, I don't think anyone needs this, everyone's already kind of... Anyway, that was a game which was like a Twitter, what's called, it was like pretending to be like a brand's Twitter account, and like the premise was that basically like each, you know, it would simulate like a work week, and you'd be given access to like multiple brand Twitter accounts. And sometimes they'd be like a little bit contradictory, other times it would be basically like you have to kind of like counterbalance a horrible thing that your company did on one brand with just like customer service commands for another one. And yeah, it was fun to play, and it was kind of, I thought it might have been kind of like a worthwhile story to tell, but it's basically dead and buried now. I don't think that... Yeah, I think everyone's kind of made the observations that the game was going to make, so no point. No point anymore. But that was also kind of held up with, I've got like the engine done, but I just need to do artwork, and I just never did the artwork. So maybe a lesson to be had somewhere in there. Really? Okay. So that shade. Ugh. No, I don't like it. The top needs to be like... Ugh, no. No, 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 no. I was thinking the body should be beige keys, but beige doesn't look very good. Maybe we'll just make it like a darker body, similar to the screens. Jeez, okay, that's like 10 minutes long. We're not doing that. Maybe do that and then one shade lighter. Which would be... okay. No, it's gotta be this. Okay, so I got... Sorry, my control board is like only sometimes working. Because it sure as hell worked when I pushed the mic button to sneeze, but did not work when I turned it off. Yeah, we're just working on, you know, we're still working on this piece of art here. We did spend the first half of the stream trying to get the save game code in a semi-working state. And we're sort of there. Like, it writes files to the disk, and that's about it, really. We've got the writing part done. We have not implemented the loading part, which is going to be the tricky part. But format-wise, I think we're there. We've got... Oh, wait, no. We've still got one bit that we need to add to the format, which is actor properties. But, yeah. Mercifully, we don't have to do, like... All of this is going to be in Lua. We don't have to do very much at all on the C side. Like, pretty much all the C code is going to do is reset the engine, and the reset command can take a file name, which then gets passed to, you know, basically once Lua gets reset, Lua can take that file name and load a save state. That's, yeah. That's all that the C code is going to have to worry about in terms of that. But I did spend an hour and a half, so I got to kind of make up for it by doing drawing stuff, or else it's not gonna get done in time. Okay, oh, Kinnika says, I beat all of Hexen in co-op with Copit and Book 1014, so one of Copit's Save and Raid 2025 milestones was fulfilled that night. That's nice. Oh my god, I have not even, like, thought about, like, setting milestones for this channel, apart from getting this done. Maybe that's something I should put my mind to. Okay, let's draw this PC. Oh yeah, like someone else was like talking about ways of improving the art in terms of, I don't know, like, especially like with this reactor room, like kind of making it look better with adding more shadow and such. And the two limits there is, firstly, my artistic talent is already kind of like hitting the skids as it is, adding kind of complex shadows to that back wall, kind of outside of my sphere of confidence a little bit. The other one is that it would be good to have kind of like localized area of like dark and shadow. However, if we did that, then I would also need to add into the engine a means of like changing the character sprite based on where they're standing, and that's definitely outside of the minimum viable product range. That's definitely entering into scope creep territory, so I've made an executive decision not to do that for release 1 of the engine. Might be a nice to have later, but probably not now, when I am struggling to just do any art at all. Kinko says, shadows that modify the character would be better off making some kind of software shading technique like how X-Engine does per pixel lighting. Yeah, it would either be some kind of mask lighting effect or palette swap. Actually, no, it would be like mask lighting and there'd need to be palette swap. And yeah. I gotta keep a lid on the scope for this thing or else I'll never finish it. So, fancy lighting effects, not for revision 1. Kinnika says, Quake was using light maps and I think very basic vertex lighting. Yeah, I think they were using like similar technique to like how Doom had very basic kind of light mapping in it. Like, you know, it was all paletted graphics, but the palettes were kind of specifically designed to be a ramp, which then meant that you could apply it as like per pixel dithering or lighting or whatever you want to call it. I've not thought that far ahead. The lighting or the palette in this game is in no condition to do that. Hang on. Instead of just zooming in and out all the time. Oh, I'm drawing on the wrong layer. Son of a... Okay, flooring, nav panels, sink, back wall, diagnostic, that's the one. Kiniko says the level dynamic lighting in Quake 1 was accomplished by temporarily painting the light map with white blobs, which is why hardware accelerated version of the game essentially freshes the VRAM because it has to re-upload the light map every frame. Well, you know, that's why you pay good money for a Voodoo card, isn't it? That's why you want like kind of the highest quality graphics for your Quake 1. God, the palette limitations are really starting to get to me with especially with like the color of the back wall, like trying to make everything kind of contrast or look okay without running into color clash. And now we're at the point of no return where like I look at this color gradient and I go, well, I could add some more steps, but then wouldn't like the rest of the game that sits within this range suddenly look weird for not following that? How do I feel about that? Too distracting. a different shade? No, it's the same shade. Maybe just a little bit. Oh, and there was like a switch as well? Yeah, this guy. Okay, I didn't even need to work on like making the textured top look good. I could have just covered it up with the switch. Alright, well. And the switch, I guess we'll do like in Cisco 2920. Is that the name of the boring rack mount switch? It's like blue colored? Yeah, 2960, close enough. Let's do it in... Maybe we'll just do like a half panel. God, alright. Is it possible to make... I don't know, maybe we just don't have enough... Don't have the pixels for a rack mount switch. Hey, VN92, how's it going? We're just in the middle of trying to map out this scene. More importantly, we're like thinking, can we cram in one of these old style Cisco switches into this many pixels? I think maybe we can. We just need to kind of just make the pattern here a little bit like, you know, it's going to be a suggestion of a bunch of ports. Oh, VN says, I am liking what I'm seeing so far, very retro. Oh, thank you. It's, yeah, we're working with some constraints, so, I mean, the game does run in MS-DOS, so that means we have to, limit it to 256 colors. So I'll just show you like the first two screens in the game that we've got going on. So we've got this room here, which is kind of a cabin, which is currently still missing a few pieces of art. And then the second room, which is through here, which we've been working past few streams on, has been this reactor room, which is almost done. Again, just like a couple of little things that need to be sorted out. Actually, no, I think maybe this room is, because yeah, we've done that. Oh yeah, okay. There's like a few touch-up arts that we need to do for here and a couple other places, but yeah, essentially like once we get the third screen done, then it's just a case of me finishing off like the character animation, which is all rotoscoped, and finishing the actual game script, which, I mean, in theory that's you know. Oh god, yeah, I just realized that the music is playing the game music is being drowned out by the chiptune crap that's in the background. Sorry, that must have sounded pretty bad. But yeah, we've come a long way. We've come a long way with all of this. And yeah, the other thing that we were working on tonight is, yeah, it's part of the custom engine, which is getting the save game support in. So this is all like a custom engine that I've written in Lua and C. And the save game would obviously have to be like saving just enough information about what's going on inside the game itself so that you can recreate the state. And yeah, the intention is to keep it like bare minimum amount of data. So like there are like these flags that I've currently got in the sample game for like, you know, is the door open or is the panel open? So it would be things like that. And then there would be a scripting hook that you can tie into, which would then, you know, read from that state and then set everything up to be correct when you walk back into the room. So...
Please fasten your seatbelts.
Oh, thank you very much for the follow, VN. Apologies, I'm gonna... Is it okay if I call you VN? Because when I see... I don't know. When I see names like that which are missing like a bunch of vowels, I don't know, I already have a bad case of streamer brain and it kind of shuts down, so I'm trying my best is what I'm trying to get at. Okay, so back to the pixel art side of things. Oh, it's basically unknown with no vowels. Okay. Okay, so if we were to like... Yeah, I think that can work. We just need to mosey these on over a bit. There's a little bit of separation. Copy this. Copy this over. Okay, and then that's right. At the end, you got your four special ads, which are your fiber channel. Actually, I don't know. Maybe they're... Oh no, they'd be single fiber pairs. But it's either like single fiber pairs or fiber channel, which would then be your trunk ports between your other switchgear. So... something a little like that, and then... Okay, and then as for the strap... Yeah, good like that. And then if we... That's probably fine keeping it there. Okay. Now we've got to think about wires. Because we've got these three monitors which are on the wall, and this keyboard. And they'll require wires that go down into here. There'll also be wires coming out of this panel, and I want all of them to kind of disappear into this hatch in the back of the wall here. It's really, that should be like... Oh, no, the other way around. So it'd be... Yeah, something like this. Get rid of that. This would also be shadow around here. Yeah, kind of like this. All right, then we'll call this. Alright, and then just okay, good. This is exactly the right layer. Okay, so we're gonna have a bunch of wires coming from there. We're gonna have wire coming from the keyboard. We're gonna have monitor, at least a monitor wire coming from down there, and maybe a monitor wire coming from here. And then in front of the switch... we're gonna have... at least 2 wires for these guys here. There'd be probably 1 wire that kind of comes... let's say like 2 wires that kind of go over the side. Maybe those go here, and then that leaves open the option of another cable going to here. Actually, maybe there'd be like, maybe there'd be 1 cable going over the side, and then there'd just be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 into a thick bundle. Behind that panel. Somehow, and then we use a different color wire for these fibers to indicate that they are optic fiber as opposed, like these will be Ethernet and these will be optic fiber. And also, like, the, you know, the wires are going to be affected by gravity and that, so... something like that. Okay, we've officially hit the 3-hour mark, so I'm gonna take a quick break. Honestly, I advise you do the same, because it's always good to walk around, stretch, be hydrated, all those things. So I am gonna put the away screen up, and I will see you in about 10 or so minutes. just occurred to me that I just started painting. It's like, oh yeah, I should probably turn the camera on. That'd be the kind of thing to do. Yeah. Alright, so... Okay. Oh, and I'm also doing this on the Switch. The Switch layer, I should be doing this on the... Where's the wall? Wall? Back wall. Looks alright, I think. Alright. Well, seeing as we're most of the way there with this diagnostic terminal image, why don't we do a little bit of code for a bit? Just a little bit of code. Okay. So where we left off, we've made the save state function. Just gotta get loading. Loading mostly working. Okay, so that would then send it to, okay, that would then send the path. I should probably go file name. Okay, and then we get this little guy here. Alright, so yeah, I already started working on the hook for this. So here's our main engine reset handler. It will essentially call init, which should scrub everything and start over. Actually, does that happen? It's a script in there. Oh right, okay, no, it doesn't actually. That would leak it. Oh no, we close main thread. Okay, good. Then that deallocates it. Then that runs script init. Yeah, okay, that's all good. Then it calls ptinit state from file. Well, it calls script init, then it tries calling ptinit state from file. So firstly, we'd basically go, what did SDL call it? SDL called it the app specific path. Is this right? So, like, Lua, IO. Okay, there's no binary. There's no binary mode. That's fine. So it's just R. Okay, how does read work? File flush, file read. Reads the file according to given formats, which specify to read for each format. Reads a okay. Reads a numeral. To read from a file, you can use IO to open the file and file read to read its contents. Okay. Maybe we should just do that rather than... Does that work? Hang on. Oh, whatever. I can also have a B on the end, which is needed in some systems to open the file in binary mode. Okay, we absolutely want to do that. Uses a default format that reads the next line. No, we don't want to read the next line. We just want to read the whole file. Actually, no. I'm overthinking this. So we'll just go magic. If Here we go. And now we can do... Oh yeah, reads whole file starting from current position. Good. Okay, now we gotta check to see if the game is correct. Lots of boilerplate, I'm afraid, in the loading code. So we're gonna go, if there's no game ID, go. Game ID doesn't equal PT game. Okay, that's pretty good. And then what else would we need to do? We would need to run switch room. Ah, okay. But then... I'm not sure. Okay, like, I've just thought, maybe switching the room might not be... There might be a trap there. Because currently, like, the room switch callback is what I would use. Like, say that, like, you have a room where there's, like, a character in it. Like, you go, like a shop. Let's say that there's, like, a shop with a shopkeeper in it. And then you set up the switch room callback so that when you walk into the room, the shopkeeper says, "Oh, hey, how's it going?" That's something that you don't want to run when you're loading the game. Excuse me. Okay, so then... that could potentially be an issue. Actually, I mean, like, okay, when we look at, like, maybe maybe the room enter callback needs a flag to indicate that we're coming up from a save game. Either that or we have to, like, maybe differentiate the enter callback with, like, just setting up the room. I don't know. I mean, that kind of makes sense. Because then you can have, like, the enter callback that's reserved for, like, stuff that fires off upon the character moving from somewhere else, and then you decouple that from just setting up the state of the room. Actually, yeah, I like that. I like that idea. Okay. Yeah, so like this would all be in room enter, and this I guess would be in. Oh no, this would also be in room enter because changing the camera actor would be a movementy type thing. Oh, okay, this is a good question. What would then set up like the camera actor in the room? I guess that could just be a piece of state that we keep track of. Oh god, alright. Yeah, it gets messy kind of quickly. Okay. I may leave the code here for today and just come back to it on my own time when I've got a chance to consider the implication of everything. Though I think one other useful function that would be to have, because like we've got like load state and we've got save state. But a nice built-in would be basically like a function which returns a list of save games. So it would be just like a list of every save file, along with like maybe the name and the timestamp. So, just as a comment, we just need like PT list states. And then it would be both like file name and yeah, then when you have that, you could then sort by like the, because this is an ISO timestamp, you could then use that as a sorting key. It also then mean that like you could have like an autosave, which then like always makes its way up to the top. So yeah, that'd be another kind of API that we need. But anyway, given that we're kind of like so close with this terminal up here, let's just get the wires done. Oh crap, one other thing I need to check. Does the character... Okay, doesn't clash too much with these screens. Maybe this screen. Oh my god, I'm still drawing I'm drawing the wrong layer again. Not partition back, diagnostic. Where's the stupid diagnostic machine? It's here, okay. So I change like the lower machine to be a slightly darker shade. No, if anything it's worse. Okay. Yeah, it's better having it like that. Okay, first chiptune crash of the evening. Yes, cable management, Kinikos. Actually, no, that doesn't look good. Okay, we've done that. Oh my god, I'm gonna do it on the scratch layer again. Generally, SFP connectors have like an orange bit on the end, don't they? Actually, no, like the fibers themselves are orange. Yeah, okay. They're not white hugely. So I guess we could use this like this yellow palette over here. So just do a couple little wires here. Then maybe the connectors would be like that. And then using the shade of brown. Hey, Dr. Buck Doctor says, I like the idea in the space future. The CPU generates the photons for the screen and pipes them up via fiber. Oh, it's a nice thought. Honestly, like I don't know. I was styling this area much like, I don't know if you've ever been like in a data center, like just kind of, you know, your average run-of-the-mill kind of data center that's just run by like ordinary IT people. And usually it's just there's gonna be just some monitors that are just precariously perched in the rack, and then there'll be like one switch that hasn't really been like properly screwed in, and you know, there'll be like bit of cable spaghetti coming out of places. Like that's kind of what this is inspired by. Funky says fiber, carbon nanotubes are typing. This would be of the optic fiber variety. I guess, like, technically... No, I was gonna say, like, carbon nanotubes. Because, no, fiber is glass, which is silica, so I guess no, there wouldn't be... There wouldn't be a... carbon element to it. Because, yeah, they're not plastic, they're made of glass. Oh, Dr. Butt Doctor says, I did work placement as a network engineer in college. You'd know all about this then. You know all about, just having, like, the one keyboard and one monitor, maybe like a desktop machine that's just, been placed on its side at the bottom of the rack because that's where there's room. Funky says carbon nanotubes use protons instead of photons. I would have thought that would be like much harder because like protons. I mean, wouldn't Like, nitrogen is the one after carbon. Is it... Wait, is it nitrogen that's the one after carbon or boron? No, boron is before carbon. It'd be nitrogen, wouldn't it? Yeah, like if you add a proton to carbon, then you get nitrogen. So it would be complicated moving protons through. I guess if like the nanotubes were a tube. Kinnikos says, send a link to something that is called a fullerene solution. And we are gonna, I guess, learn... Wow, okay. I'm not sure if that necessarily looks tasty. Like, it looks like it would be... At worst, some kind of, like, industrial strength artificial flavoring. And at worst, something that will kill you within 10 seconds. Okay, now we're just gonna make this look slightly flatter. Maybe we should just... Okay. Alright, now these cables here for the monitors. So we'll just... I mean, realistically, like, monitor cables are always, like, you know, dark. Like, I don't think I've... Yeah, I don't think I've seen, like, a colored monitor cable. Oh, Funky says, whoops, I hyperfocused too close to the sun. My food and bath are both cold. I may not have eaten or washed, but I have several tabs open, therefore I am productive. I sure hope so. I say this as the owner of 2,737 open tabs in Firefox as of right now. One day that's got to kind of cash in as some kind of productivity record. At least that's what I tell myself. So if I go through, erase these. Alright, now let's go to the switch wire layer. Actually, move this guy over here, because we're gonna need that palette for the patch cables. Then if we switch to this layer, pick like the lightest color that we got. Okay, now... Could also... use like a more platinum color to indicate that there's something plugged in. Yeah, maybe something like that. Yeah. I wonder. Where's the diagnostic? Does it look better if we have like yellow on blue? Nah. No, I'm not seeing it. I mean, there is also the temptation to just make it to make it like amber, like this, but... no, if we're thinking of... Like, this machine is meant to be like a very different vintage compared to... Like, this is meant to be a very different vintage compared to the bridge computers. That looks alright. Perfectly serviceable. Okay. I'm just lazily copying this pattern for now. Alright, I guess let's get started on this panel area here, maybe. Need that in its own layer so that we can flip it. Oh, that's right. And the handle's going to be insulated because nice switches to big old metal shunt. Alright, so... big ol' thick ol' mains cable. Coming through there. maybe this is just punch through the wall. Okay, and then in here. Alright, it's in the right spot. Ah, come on. Oh, I didn't trace over this. Guess the innards of the screens. Wait, how do I do it on the reactor? Okay, quite simply. Does that work? Our fake light source is up here, and the monitors are technically tilting away from that. Maybe the better option would be just have like a yeah, okay. That looks more correct. Just have a tiny kind of specular highlight around the top. Just makes it look like they bulge out a little bit. Maybe I have to nudge this over by 1. Actually, no, it's fine. It's fine where it is. Doesn't have to look like... this is going to be like an aftermarket edition, so it doesn't have to perfectly line up with like the rest of the switches and everything in here. Ah, there we go. That's what I'm after. Okay, we can't use that shade. Maybe we can. Kenko says that heavy switch reminds me of the elevator switch in Wolf 3D. Yeah, it's an old-timey knife switch, kind of deliberately obsolete. Both because like it's easier to kind of pass compared to some of the other, you know, bits and bobs that are around, but you know, again, reinforcing the idea that this ship is just a mixture of new and old parts. I may end up drawing a little hatch cover for this. I've not decided yet. guess if you did that and a little bit of metal poking out of it, then it would imply that it's kind of a guarded switch. Okay, maybe it's best to just leave it dark. How do I feel about all this? How do I feel about all this? Mostly okay. I guess like the one remaining part of this would be these panels, which would have to be semi-consistent with this wall. Now, let's... So we fill this in. Okay, so we have 4 partitions. We're gonna add a little bit of beveling, just to give it depth. We need a little handle, I think, on each of the doors, so we'll just... Where's the halfway point? Halfway point. Oh, actually, and,
Song. Press that note to pick that song.
Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Pwongle? I think that's a lowercase l. Yeah, good to have you around. Yeah, we're just in the middle of doing a wee bit of pixel art here. We were doing a little bit of coding earlier, but my brain is turned off for the night, so we're done for coding. Oh, Kineko says, where are you getting these Texas Instruments speech chip sentences from? That would be me taping them using the microphone. Like that particular one was from the Speak and Music, which I don't think has been dumped. So I just... yeah. So like, yeah, the Speak and Music ones I definitely taped myself. Other ones, like the ones from the Talking Car, I've been playing back using this proto board, which has a TMS 5220 on them, but yeah, just paper cone speaker being recorded with this microphone. Oh, Kineko says, I've heard of a Speak and Spell and I've had a Speak and Match, but I've never heard of a Speak and Music. I can probably show you one. There's actually... There are two. There are two on the bench over there. Give me 1 second. Hang on. This is the Texas Instruments speaker music. It's very similar to the other, you know, cheap membrane keyboard. This one happened after they consolidated, like they found a way to kind of like keep the speech synth and like the CPU on the same chip, which is a little bit annoying because then it means that like the ROM is like kind of burnt in on the CPU and you need to decap the entire chip, which is outside of my skill set. But if I load in enough dangerously cheap batteries. Hello, dangerously cheap batteries. You're gonna... There we go. Oh wait, this is the one with the short on the speaker. No. Sorry. There was a 1 in 2 chance that I'd get the good one, which doesn't have a busted speaker, and that was not it. Oh, sorry, Pongy says, I thought it was a Linux distro, it's Windows but looks cooler. No, this is Linux, this is Arch Linux running with Budgie. I'm just currently running Lightcube and Wine, which is Windows. Kineko says, does that have an SN chip on it? Yes, it does. It's got a, what's it called? A system on a chip specifically for the speaking music. I can't remember the part number, unfortunately. But yeah, it's like an all-in-one CPU speech synth thing. Funky says, how should I have to do an SFC scan now on a Surface? Asking for a me. Oh, like a scan disk. Depends, like, is it an old Surface? Like, I know that the Surface doesn't really have like a very good reputation for cooling, so it wouldn't surprise me if it's like one of the earlier models, like the Surface 3 would like overheat constantly. So, oh, system file check, same diff. I'd say that if you have to like do it more often than like when the system prompts you to do it, then you've probably got a problem. But oh, Surface Laptop Go 1st Gen only just came out of support. I mean, is the issue that it's like constantly demanding to do a scan disk or a SFC, or is it just... I don't know, it's a long time since I've had to use a Surface. I just recall it like it was like a work machine, and all the Surface would do would just sit on my laptop, and every now and then I would just kind of hear the screeching jet engine sound of all the fans turning on at once, and then I go, oh, must be a Windows update. And yeah, aside from like occasional testing, that's all the Surface did. It just sat on my laptop, and sorry, it sat on my desktop, and the fans span up like to full speed. Kinnikos asks, how are you supposed to repair anything on a Surface if SFC says one of your system files is corrupted? It's not like you can insert a Windows 10 CD on it. Well, I guess you can insert either a USB or a SD card. I know that they've got an SD card slot, so you'd hope. Yeah, you'd hope that they would have thought of that, but I don't know. They've got some quality control issues, despite the fact that it's like it's meant to be Microsoft's flagship device. It didn't really feel like it most of the time, at least when I used it. Alright, so we've got these panels. How do we want to break them up? Like, we could do this kind of pinstripe pattern. Well, I say pinstripe. At like a regular interval. Then maybe put some detail on top of the panel. Or, you know, the segments. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I prefer 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But then we get to the bit where it's like we're almost down the bottom. Oh, Funky says, the thing that prompted me to look at it is it's trying to update to Windows 11. Uh-oh. Which it already has, but I know there's been issues with the rollout. It keeps getting to 8% and then crashing. And then I found out that all of the important emails I thought I sent on Friday never sent, because apparently Outlook is also corrupted. Yikes. Okay, that's not good. Yeah, I would... What I would recommend doing is maybe check the smart status on your Surface's drive. So I'm not sure. I'm guessing like a tool like Astra 32 might be able to fetch that, but that'll basically tell you like the condition that your disk is in. Like I can show you the equivalent for Linux here. So like, if I open up my main drive here and then, oh cool, that's right, it's a, for some reason I don't get smart on that. I do get smart for these IDE drives. But we can see here that, yeah, like it'll give you a little report saying like there are this many reallocated sectors and this many bad sectors. So right now, this drive is in perfect health. There have been no sectors that have been moved. Really, I've only turned it on and off 9 times. That, you know, you can... speaks to how often I actually turn this computer off. Oh, Dr. Butler says the Go had eMMC. Oh no, that's like bin bottom quality. Memory, if true. Was it oh, Surface Laptop Go. Sorry, I missed the Go part. Was the Surface Laptop Go like one of those ones that were ARM based? Or am I misremembering what the Go was? Oh, the Go is x86. Yeah, okay. I thought... Yeah, because I remember that, like, the first run of Surface Go's were, yeah, they were like the Windows 8 era where Microsoft decided, hey, we'll just make, like, a computer that runs on ARM and it'll run a special version of Windows that only runs apps from the Microsoft Store. And we'll just, you know, completely tone deaf to the idea that, like, the only reason that people buy Windows machines is to run Windows apps. Like, if there's another reason, I'd like to hear it, but yeah, it's basically to run Windows apps. And if you have a Windows laptop that does not run Windows apps, you're basically going to get just a ton of returns. Because no one's going to want it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, it's off by 1. It's off by 1 pixel. But if we include, like, the top ridge... yeah, it looks about reasonable. Whoa. Oh crap, is that... that's a slightly different width. Oh, okay. Dr. Butt says the 16 gig has an NVMe, so at least there's that. Honestly, yeah. Like, the eMMC memory would wear out real quick. I remember that much because, I don't know, Windows generally just thrashes the disk, you know, with logs, etc., etc. It's not exactly designed for eMMC, which is, very, you know, it's like an SD card. Imagine, like, imagine how long an SD card generally lasts with, like, minimal usage, and except it's now soldered to a computer, and you have to throw the computer away when it stops working. So I guess at least with, like, NVMe grade flash memory, you get, like, wear leveling, and the controller's, like, at least a little bit more resilient. Funky says, my granddad once bought a shite HP notebook that only had 64 gig of hard drive space. The regular Windows update, half installed, ran out of room, and immediately broke the whole thing on the initial turn on. PC World said, you should have thought about that before you bought it. Yeah. Like, which is why I kind of like, especially like when they have a 16 gigabyte Windows PC, when you consider that, like, Windows paired back to, like, pretty much, like, the absolute bare minimum is 8 gig. So, it just... I know that kind of people, I guess, have gotten a bit more used to a few gig disappearing here and there, but, like, half the space being unusable is quite an ask. It's quite a suspension of disbelief for if you're trying to, like, get a computer to work, I feel. I think I'm gonna have to use a Star Trek reference here. So if we go Star Trek chip opto isolator, is that what they're called? No. Is it chip panel. Oh, okay, ISO chip. So they just got like these big banks of like little chip card things. But I'm more interested in like what panel goes over the top. Yeah. ISO chip cover. Because yeah, like sometimes they're just bare like this, and other times they've got... Yeah, they've got these kind of covers. I think we could, I mean, we could do like a... Let's just try this dithering pattern. I'm thinking more like those kind of like server rack cases which have like a hexagonal speed holes to make the computer go faster. Actually, maybe if we do these ones, then next to them we do that. Oh, okay, this is one of those big jumps in the palette, unfortunately. Funky says, honestly, I'd wipe the whole thing and start again, but my Dragon dictation software is bound to the Windows installation with activation code. Oh god, that's so annoying. And I don't want to really ask my uni from 21 for that again. Yeah, like, software that kind of activates itself to a certain installation. Yeah, it's really, really annoying. I've got a few VMs which have that issue. That I want to migrate, but I can't because then it would mean that I'd lose a license of some description. Oh wait, actually, I could fix my off by 1 pixel problem, because there's not really enough space on the right hand side. But if I were to do that and then fill in the gap. Now it's all even. Kiniko says, I switched to Linux to specifically to get away from software licensing. Yeah, I can respect that. I got a yeah. Actually, that's true. I switched to Linux like freaking decades ago. I can't say that it's like new or anything, but one of the things that keeps me here is that it's just not. I don't know. It's not yet been ruined by surveillance in the same way that Windows has. Like, you don't feel like you're being, you know... Doesn't feel like you have to kind of, like, fight a losing battle to just turn off, like, every piece of tracking and advertising. Knowing full well that, like, the next Windows update will revert your choices. Honestly, that looks pretty good. Oh, handles. I should probably add handles to these cabinets. Go away. It should be full height. Ah, Funky says, Microsoft basically runs Edge constantly, so if you use anything other than Edge, you're doubling your resource use. Oh yeah, that's right, because like now large swathes of the user interface are like done with HTML, aren't they? And then I had to go around to my grandparents to make sure that I turn off the new setting where it takes regular screenshots of your browser to help navigate your history. God, really? Like that's the... Is that the same as the... what was the name of that? What was the name of that feature that everyone was dunking on? The that was like part of Copilot, like. Recall. Oh, okay. The desktop screenshots recall is different, but like the browser just does it. Holy. Okay. Sounds terrible. Sounds just absolutely, yeah. Sounds like poison. Oh, okay, that's good. Oh, Funky says the banks trademark had to step in and tell him, nah mate, we love gouging as much as the next guy, but this one will cost us money. Oh, it's just... Oh, Dr. Budget says, just check my install time. I'll have been on Linux for 2 years next week. Oh, wow, okay. I just calculated in my head how long I've been on Linux for, and the answer is for more than half my lifespan. So, take with that what you will. Where is... Oh, okay, it was service panel layer. Copy that to the switchwise layer. There we go. I'm a little bit worried about this kind of... actually, hang on, where's the perspective layer? Okay, so light source is here. I guess we would need like some kind of shadow discoloration starting from about here and moving its way around. So like all of this would, everything in this radius roughly would be knocked down a shade. Ah, whatever. Let's try it. Let's see how it looks. So there are how many colors in this little sample of floor? Okay. Flatten it a little bit so it goes through that corner. Oh my god, no, I want to draw a shape. Okay, then go back to this. And destroy that. And then the floor is on this layer? Yeah, okay. I think I only used 4 colors for the floor, so it should be okay to palette shift. So move this here. And just go one darker. Okay, so then it would be source, target. man, we're doing good. I mean, we're pretty much three-quarters of the way there. All we need to do is fill in this cockpit area here, and I guess we need to draw a little bit behind like these panels over there, but we're in a good spot. We're making really good progress. Like compared to the reactor, which was just like loads and loads of detail. Oh yeah, Dr. For the poll says blinking lights ? Yeah, they're like there'll definitely need to be blinking lights for this control panel up here. Maybe there'll be more blinking lights for these like cabinets here, because it's technically these are wiring panels, but there's no reason why they couldn't have some more lights. But anyway, we're reaching about the 6-hour mark, which is generally where I should call the stream. Yeah, thanks for hanging around, everybody. Thursday will be another ScumVM Macromedia Director Fixing stream. Hopefully by then, yeah, the intention is still to kind of continue on with that bonkers looking Macintosh FMV game, which we were working on last time. I think I've managed to kind of get all the hitches sorted out with that. There may be like one or two things that I need to sort out with like the text box handling, but yeah, like I'm really keen to see what the rest of that game looks like, because it doesn't seem small, it seems kind of big. And if that's the case, then you know, it's beautiful. You know, it looks gorgeous. Just with all the FMV and that wonderful acting. Anyhow, I digress. Who's on? Who's doing stuff on Twitch.tv? Okay, Peter's... Okay, a good Peter's doing something called Tea Time Dog Stream with Radio Time's Pick of the Week, Kato and Kearns. Alright, let's do that. Let's go visit a good Pete. Oh yeah, and that's right, if you're sticking around, be sure to check in on Sean Mall's channel. They're doing a wiki race. I will be asleep because it'll be 4 AM, but that's no excuse for you lot in more compatible non-Australian time zones. So, anyway, thanks for watching. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. I will see you very soon. Bye!